Hello! Welcome, welcome! We stream. We do be stream. Wow, I look so... Do I look nice? Do I look fabulous? Oh, there we go. Nice. All right, music go down. Woo. There we go. Thanks, Amethyst. Thank you very much. So are you. All right, we open up the project. I'm hoodied up? Hell yeah. An hoodie is like a, it's like a... What do you even call it? It's like a fluffy, extremely large wool. It's like a wearable blanket. Fabulous and ready to make games. Hell yeah, we are. Alright. I did a little bit of mining off camera. Did a bit of mining off camera. And I'm still getting this texture budget bullshit because of the landscape. Okay, well, I've done something bad here. Does that still? No, that's fine. Okay, let me just go to this guy. Let's put you in here, and I'll show you guys what I've been up to. Let's kill that. And kill our initial 3Ds. There we go. Hello? Oh, right, I was debugging the temperature, wasn't I? Why is that changing the... Right, I remember now. Alright. Let's just get our wind velocity into the dude. And destroy temperature. That should be fine. Alright, so... Currently, oh, let me go 3D mode. We have stuff. We have some fluid. We have some simulation. Wow. Let me do like a different one. The shear test. This was to make sure that there was turbulence forming. Although maybe the diffusion isn't. Oh, no, it is. It is a 2 iteration. Yeah, nice. We've got the little pill. Now, this one I think was going... No, it was going sideways, yeah. And then these should be colliding with each other. Yeah. Although it's kind of hard to see them. Let me just yeet this down a tiny bit. Chuck it in there. It's kind of hard to see with the the pressure velocities and stuff, but you can see there's three-dimensional fluids happening. And so I've decided I'm gonna wrap the X and the Y, just because like there are too many issues to like bound it and whatnot. But then I'll probably just like zero it out, or have like some external boundaries and whatnot to dick with that. Let me also just change this to like 10 or something. 1. Right, that does help because we scale with thingamajig. So I can probably put that in and get it decent. Okay, well you can kind of see two little vortices smacking each other. Oh, that's why there's so much, because I fucking set the iterations to 32. That's why we're getting so much pressure differentiation. And there's this little schwinger that's just gonna, like, swing around, you know? Doing swinging things. I don't know why these are, like, missing each other, or why one of them's so much stronger than the other. It should be -10 and 10. Ah, is it because of this guy, the noise getting added? No? Why are you... What the hell? Is that due to the vorticity confinement? Because I did have an issue where... Yeah, it is. It totally fucking is. So you can see here, like, that's just the normal, you know. There's no left, right, up, down bias. Then as soon as I add a vorticity confinement, there's, like, some kind of bias in some direction. Where we get like a kind of feedback loop. Well, actually, yeah, I can see a feedback loop happening here. Okay, now we're just fine. Yep, okay, it exploded. That's the technical term for it, exploding. But I just don't know if... I think it's because of the tally head. Now that's racist. That's... Yikes. So yeah, X, Y, or X negative, X positive are wrapping. Y positive, Y negative are also wrapping. But yeah, I just don't know why it's causing... Like, if I just set the vorticity multiplier to 0, this is, like, perfectly uniform. I'm, like, 90% sure that it's because this is a safe normalize. And so... There's always, like, there's a minimum length, essentially. I guess that... it's kind of what this is for. Probably. Where we just get the length, and if it's, you know, close enough to 0, it's a smooth step. And that will lerp the effect towards 0. But I don't know... If I put this up to 10 again... No, see, it's always... Maybe there's something wrong in my calculation. It's definitely not in the gradient, because the gradient is wrapping. Yep. Cells wise. Cells, We get the length of all of them. I mean, I've got marked here, maybe swap. And it does seem to be in that direction. But I don't... That shouldn't be the issue. If I do set, like, a minimum... Nah, even with a minimum doodad. Like, there will still be a bias as soon as it actually passes this threshold. Yeah, like that, like that. Let me see, CFD, vorticity, confinement, feedback loop. Now it can seem a bit better. Guess there's still no alpha. Let me get rid of the schwinger. Yeah, so these should be hitting each other. But yeah, again, we're getting this feedback across the border. I'm just trying to figure it out. Crop Terrain, hello. Last time I watched your stream, you got me thinking about clouds and have create a volumetric clouds, and this is extremely cheap to render at 1.7 to 2 milliseconds. Hell yeah! That sounds awesome. That sounds very awesome. I'm not up to that point yet. I'm still dicking around in Fluid Sim land. Okay, now we're getting feedback loop. I am damping the edges. I am edging. It's not because of the edges, though. There's something else going on. I'm like 95% sure. Also, why is it that as this increases now, everything is exploding? Is that just... Is my pressure simulation... Yeah. Oh, no, I know what it is. It's not actually any different if we put the cell size up. It's just that things are moving at a higher velocity. Therefore, they're appearing more opaque. So that's fine. Let's just go back to this for now. Right, let's look here. Maybe opacity down a teeny bit. Okay, so let me go back to reading. Has bias. Nothing. Alright. We're just gonna have to tinker for a little bit. Is it that it's like pulling from here? No, it is exploding. It's definitely exploding. Although, like, I need vorticity confinement, right? So this is a vortex. Okay, it's a bit... Can I up this a bit? Thank you. Okay. So this is like a vortex without vorticity confinement. Which is just like, you know, it's super, super boring. Like, what even is that? It's just like, you know, it's spiraling, it's got no turbulence. But then with VC... Yeah. And then it, like, loses its shit at the Z boundary, but that's not my fault. Definitely not my fault. Yeah, you see what I mean? So vorticity confinement's what I was working on last time, where we essentially calculate the velocity around a given pixel, and then figure out, like, the curl from it, you know? Like, how much it would rotate. And then we extrapolate that again, and it, you know, flips. Ugh. I'm free. So my problem, I had nanite turned on and didn't realize. Ah, there you go. Nanite on a 1070? Who would have guessed that nanite was just, like, not meant for anything but, like, a really high-end PC? Nike, how's it going? Now we're vorticizing. Exactly. So let's go back to Kamehameha test. Actually, you know what I want to do? I want to, let me test this. Oh, first let's, like, line them up perfectly. Jukalor, what am I doing? I wish I knew the answer to that question. Can I guess I have to rotate it all. So bits, they're just, they're stabilized vorticity crystals. Which is like, let me try to find a video. Here you go. Emergence of an active vortex crystal. So essentially, like, if you have this, eventually they will kind of arrange into a lattice where they become, like, self-stable. Obviously, in my case, that isn't really what's happening. It's kind of like this, right? Where essentially there's, like, you know, 4x4 or 2x2 pixel thingos at the edges. Okay, now we're exploding. I need to chill out. You know, that kind of form where they, like, the pressure sim or the pressure iteration is trying to eliminate things, or, you know, eliminate, like, essentially, if we look at our lattice, or our grid, and we've got, let's say, something moving this way, like, velocity moving this way, velocity moving that way, you know, whatever. That means that, like, there's a vacuum left here. So we're essentially creating mass out of nothing in our simulation. So we calculate all of these, like, vacuum points and also divergence. So this is called divergence. And then convergence is where velocities are all pointing together. And this is divergence. So we calculate, you know, a gradient. So like white where it's diverging, black where it's converging. Oh, sorry, converging, diverging. And then we create like a normal map out of that. So, you know, left down, up, right, left down, whatever. And then we apply that as velocity. And so that stops. It means that, like, the fluid will pull fluid along with it. You know? So you can see it here. When these things pop off, you can see there's these kind of halos around them. And that's the air getting kind of sucked in to these key blasts, you know? In our little test thing. But yeah, I just want to test if this works with, like, what this does on the x-axis, whether there's a bias on the x-axis as well. Let's just ignore this. Also, Tornado Sim is just this guy. Although, again, we're getting these, like, weird crystals at the Z edges. Which is also partly because it's wrapping, or maybe it's not wrapping on the Z. Maybe I forgot to wrap the Z axis in one of the thingos. Although, that's actually what we're going to work on today. We're going to make it so that the Z is a solid boundary, and the sides are open boundaries, or wrapping boundaries. Can I, like, get in here? Not really. Just endlessly staring at those photos. It's very addictive. You can see here, right? Like, one of the vorticity confinement is... It's sucking things out to the right. Or I don't even know what fucking axis that is. But you can see it's, like, bleeding off this way. So I think if I do set this up to be on the x-axis, it's still not gonna... like, it'll be fine, you know? Or they'll just get sucked into the what's it called? The fuck did I do here? Oh, right, they're going sideways. And yeah, you can see it is wrapping. Let me just do 025, 075. These can be 05 and 05. Chuck that into the length. So we'll just put these in the other direction. Yeah, okay, so you can see in the x-axis, totally fine. Well, until vorticity confinement bug rears its ugly-ass head. But otherwise, yeah, it is fine. And we're also getting, like, a uppity-downity vortex. Oh, this might also be, you know what else that could be? It could be in my... I mean, this wouldn't be the issue. It could be an issue. Where I am... Where's my advection stage? Advect wind velocity. This thing here could be it. Where I'm slowing down Z-axis dudes. Yeah, that's definitely it. Instead of them... Yeah. Instead of them... Oh, no, it's still happening, so... Yeah. Hmm. This is your first game dev project. Seems like you just went straight to making your dream game, which I constantly hear is a bad idea. I don't agree with it though. It is my first game. My own. It's probably the only game that I'll ever make. But I don't really think of it as making the game or like working on the game. I kind of think of it more like I'm working towards a game. I'm developing myself rather than developing a game at the moment. Well, I'm doing both, but you know, I'm not just like I'm not super interested on like the end result or the end product. It's definitely more of a journey, not destination thing, you know. Blah blah blah, friends you make along the way. Something something, friendship. Something something, Samwise. Time for Prismatica too. Yeah, same. Same. But yeah, I think just like starting game dev and then working on your dream game is totally fine as long as you are prepared to like, you know, to redo it a bunch of times or prepare to refactor or you know, prepare to make sacrifices. All right, okay, it's definitely the y-axis that we're getting this weird ass. I don't know if it's like no, it can't be a pressure issue. It's definitely to do with the curl. Because if I turn off vorticity confinement, it is like super duper parallel. Or super duper, what's it called? Symmetrical. So I guess the issue is whether it is to do with... Well, there's so many different places it could be fucked up. Did I just, like, dick something up totally, or... That's top, bottom. But I doubt it's... I mean, it could be one of these. I don't know. What's the 3D sim for? It's for the weather and climate and biomes and other gameplay adjacent things. That is modulating. That's modular x. XX. Plus. Hello? Oh no, you're fine. Yeah. Just double checking that everything is the correct dude. Yeah. These two are the X and Z. That's X. Minus X. Z. Yep. Minus Z. Cool. That's our curl value. Which we can debug. Let's go into here. Go air or wind curl. Wind Kirk. Hello, Kirk. So these are the curl values, which look very even to me. They look very symmetrical. I might just absolute that. Just so we can... That looks like 120,000% symmetrical, right? I'm not tripping balls. That looks very mirrored. Like the colors. Obviously the simulation is symmetrical because the what's it called? I've got vorticity confinement turned off. So that means that the what's it called? I've got vorticity confinement turned off. So that means that it could be the curl gradient. I'm a fucking moron. Actual fucking moron. Fucking idiot. Idiot! Alright, at least hey look, I got better at debugging. Just gotta check that everything's fucking plugged in, you know? When you copy and paste an entire array of, like, wrapping grid coordinates to do, like, a 6-cell sample, just make sure they're all plugged in. So this is... Oh god, that looks fucked up. Well, I mean, that looks sick. We're still getting this issue at the Z boundary, but... Yeah. Oh, is that just because I unfucked that? Well, no, this is... I mean, this might help it, but... This looks freaky. When we just mask out the curl values. It looks very, like... Geiger-esque. So what the curl is doing is we have this guy in here. Maybe he's pointing in some direction. I don't fucking know. We don't really care. But if this one is pointing up, then it's like saying, oh yeah, this should like rotate this way slightly. But if it's going down, and if it's going down on the other side, it's like even more rotatey. But if it's going the same way, then the rotation of the cell between them cancels out. And then we do the same for the up and down. So maybe that, you know, it all gets summed together, basically saying this cell should be rotating. Which, like, if you're using a really, really fine grain, like a really, really high resolution fluid sim, you technically don't need vorticity confinement. And so... But because we're doing like a fucking 100 by 100 meter, you know, fluid sim, so we definitely need this in there. So that's only for one axis of curl, and then you got to remember that this is a 3D simulation. You know, we have cells on top as well, and behind. So then we have to get the curl in this axis. And the curl in this axis. And so this is what the curl is. Or at least this is, before we actually apply vorticity confinement. So this is just the regular fluid sim without vorticity confinement going on. And these are the curl values that are being calculated. So we essentially get these curl values and apply them as extra velocity. And so, once I actually turn that on, then you can see, yeah, it kind of creates like little feedback loops and shit. But if I then go and just get our regular wind velocity. then you can see that our fluid starts to act a lot more fluidical. A lot more like a gas, like smoke or something. And if we get our debug vortex, then you can see our vortex looks decent. We start to get more turbulence. Pump that up to like way harder. Yeah, now that I've fixed that little bug, it's like way fucking better. Maybe bring that in a bit, or is that out? I don't know which way's in. This is like purely outward. Or is that inward? No, 0 is inward. Well, this is what happens when we suck inwards, right? We get like a... It's almost like a quasar. That's sick as fuck. Like a black hole. Black hole quasar shit. Hell yeah. So then this would be spinning, yeah, purely sideways and whatever. Fuck, that looks nuts. Although we do get some exploding eventually. That looks sick as fuck. Yeah, nice. Forbidden funnel cake has escaped confinement. Shit. Sorry, let me answer questions while we're just looking at funky shit. What was Pew Pew doing? It was doing... Right, that was to test wrapping. Big explosion, man. And then Fountain was to test our upward stuff. Which at the moment it is wrapping, but I don't want it to wrap. And then the shear test is for... Oh, I'm still doing an absolute on the fucking... On this guy. So the shear test was to test if two... You know... Two... What's it called? Two things hitting each other would cause, like... shear turbulence. Which it does, so that's great. Although I probably shouldn't do this. That could just be... Make vector Y. Where's that mask appearing? We're getting this, we're getting the... Sine? Blah, blah, blah. So we're getting X dimension. And what were you doing? You were just a... Oh, you were from the middle out. So it was like it was here. If I just get the sine and do that into there, then it should be like solid. Yeah. Which should create more shit. And that does have a multiplier, so if it's very slow... So yeah, eventually this should... Oh no, because I'm dissipating the values. So yeah, whatever. We'll just pump it up to 10 and see what happens. Yeah, cool. And then we can like layer them on top of each other if we want. I mean, at least you can see that this one, when it explodes, it gets carried along with it, you know? Just yeet them all together. Get the schwinger in there. So these are just all my tests to make sure that it runs decent. Or like, you know, that it acts in a particular way, which, I mean, so far it hasn't exploded since I fixed that bug, which is a really good sign. Very good sign. Alright, let me catch up on chat while we just watch this do its thing. And see if it explodes. I don't know where we want to watch it from, though. That would be negative blue. I wish it could just orbit. Yeah, we could turn it into a cube. I feel like cubes are a bit more... Oh, wait. It's up here, isn't it? Cubes are a bit more like vibe, you know? Can I not go further than that? Trash. Alright, well... 128 by 128? What's that in, like... Wow, that's a lot. That is a lot. Although it's amazing how GPUs just fucking eat this shit up for breakfast, you know? Like, that's, how many's that? Oh, it's only 2 million? Okay, well, that's 2 million cells. Like, wow. I mean, it's pretty cool. Alright, back to the thingo. Oh, sorry, I need to... Okay, I can scroll now. Forerunner, hello. Watch your tuts all the time. Help me learn so much about UE5. Exciting to finally see you live. Welcome. Welcome. It looks like my... when I'm, like, not focused on OBS, it gets a bit jittery. Anyway. We answered the question about first game dev thingo, power of friendship. Could you ever make a tutorial on nanite trees / H-lods of meshes? I probably will do one about H-lods, but I kind of tend to stay away from nanite at the moment. Just because it's not really, like, I don't know. It can't do everything yet. So I don't know where that flickering's coming from. Is it because this is running its thing? Maybe? I don't know. No, it shouldn't be interfering. Is there a particular resource you reference with grid, 2D, and fluid sims? Or is it still black magic to me? There was one video by, I forget his name. I'll look it up at some point and reference it. I'm going to be filming a video today, actually, about, custom Niagara modules, and then grid 2D intro, and then eventually, like, a kind of a fluid sim, you know. Or, like, if you watch all three of them in a row, then you'll end up with, you know, probably a 2D fluid sim, but maybe I'll talk about 3D fluid sim in there as well. That looks dope. That looks... God damn. I was gonna say as dope as the Pope. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Now it is garbage for... Why is this flickering so much? I don't like it. It's just because the... If I... Wait, do I have two of them? No, I don't. Okay. Oops, sorry, I need to Now it's sculptural play assets, turn that face up, use traditional LEDs, much more performant that way. From my testing, it lasts very much now. It doesn't have enough polys. Make nanite mesh from a low poly asset to make the most beneficial culling. Yeah, that's true. It's also like the other thing about nanite is that it tends to have like a very high fixed overhead. So if your scene is like, you know, it's low poly, everything's well optimized, and it's like running like a fucking, you know, like a mobile game. If you then just switch nanite on, you're probably gonna lose juice because nanite has that fixed overhead of like, it has to do all the fucking virtual meshing, has to do all the virtual lighting, has to do all the virtual texturing, and all these things. And then as soon as you start to introduce things like world position offset, which I'm not sure if world position offset, like totally, if it invalidates the geometry cache or not. Or if it... Nice. Or if they're doing something smart with it. Look at that sweet, sweet temporal AA. Let me just reset it. I wonder why that is dicking. Is it because I've got two of them open? It might be, actually. No. Can you, like, not do that? Is it maybe because it's too big? Because that's 16 megabytes. No, that should be fine. Is it? No? I think it's just this, like, fucked up rendering mode. Maybe I'm too zoomed in or some shit. I don't know. The cube. Oh, maybe it's... Is it a mipping thing? Who knows? Who knows? Who cares? No, it doesn't support translucent materials as well. True, true. I'm sure they'll fix that at some point. But I don't know. It's just not there yet. But the other thing is that if you're using nanite, you kind of have to set everything to use nanite to really justify the, you know, the overhead. Because at that point, you're essentially running two separate, like, mesh rendering pipelines at the same time. So, like, if you're, you know, if everything's nanite, but then you need, like, a few meshes that aren't nanite, there's just, like, you know, you have to do the setup for that type of rendering anyway. Which I think is why they were pretty keen on doing nanite characters. Just so that, you know, because obviously characters could only be rendered traditionally. And so, yeah. More like nonite? True, true. Looks so now, what do these simulations represent? So this one here is just showing, I mean, it's a fluid, or I guess like a gas simulation. And so the colors are just representing the velocity at any given point. So this is all like a grid, like a 3D grid. So you can see like there's some shit going on. But yeah, so that's R velocity, G velocity, B velocity, and the alphas, whatever. So that's why it's all funky and multicolored. Kind of like a normal map. Because it's representing directions, you know. up, down, left, right, back, front. But what we're actually going to be using it for is to drive a weather and climate simulation for video games, which sounds like overkill. And it is. Yeah. It's overkill and, yeah. But I thought it would be funny. I thought it would be interesting. So I said, fuck it. You know, we bowl. We bowl. Maybe it's because I had that highlighted. I don't know. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take this down to like 86 by 86. I feel like it's the density of it that's making it flicker. Or not. Maybe it is. Yeah. If you found assets that have 1,000 triangles and are only seeing a minus 10 triangle difference within an fallback mesh, you're doing barely anything good for yourself. It's a 50,000 triangle mesh. You'll see more than 50% reduction in kills like a champion. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, that's the thing, is that it needs those like, you know, let's say you've got like a cube. If you have a cube that is just 8 verts, nanite won't be able to like cull that properly, because it essentially takes like, if you mash a bunch of shit together, it will kind of just take all of the visible verts, or all the visible triangles, and create a new mesh. So it'll essentially like boolean out all of those internal triangles and shit. So, yeah, it kind of needs density in order to do the culling properly. Does it seem like weather changes, tornadoes, cyclones, etc.? Well, it could. Cyclones could evolve as a result of the simulation. And I could also, like, explicitly, you know, program in a tornado or whatever. You know, have it as, like, an additional... Just basically do this, but like this. But the idea is more, like, to give games a... kind of, like, more realistic... or, like, more believable wind patterns, as well as, like, more believable rainfall locations. So, you know, for example, if you've got a mountain, in the real life, if you've got a mountain, do this. You've got a mountain, it's like, it's snowy up the top. Why does it snow on top of mountains, you may ask? Well, that's because as the air pressure decreases, so does the temperature of air. Because, you know, as air expands, it loses fucking... As you compress something, it gets hotter and hotter. Which is why there were things, have you ever seen a fire syringe? Where you put a little bit of, like, tinder in the end of this syringe thing. And it just has air inside it. It's like, yeah, and it's like a syringe. And you just, like, whack down on the top of it, and it compresses the air so much that the tinder combusts. And then you can use that burning tinder to then, you know, start a fire or whatever. So yeah. Anyway, air rises, cools down. That's why it's cold up on the top of mountains. But you also find that wind... let's say there's like an ocean here or some shit as well. In the morning, as the sun rises, you get a lot of sun. Here's the sun. The sun's just shooting off, you know, rays everywhere, as it does. But the land will heat up way faster than the water does. So the land is hotter than the ocean at this point, you know, as the sun comes up, which creates an updraft because, you know, air, as it heats, buoyancy force takes over because air expands as it heats up. So that creates an updraft. Cold air comes in to, like, fill the void, fill the vacuum. So you end up with, you know, a breeze that blows inward from the sea. And then if you've got any kind of moisture in there, you know, from this, like, medium temperature air, you know, mild temperature air can hold this much moisture. Let's say it's like holding this much moisture in the air. Just think of it as like a sponge. But then, as that air rushes up the mountain, then it's going to cool down, which means that the total amount of moisture that it can hold is less. But if we shrunk down this bucket, then, like, all the water's going to, like, overflow, and that's what creates rain. And so then you end up with rain shadows on the, you know, the leeward side of mountains and shit. And then with all that information, once we run that simulation, you know, we do, like, a warm-up cycle or whatever, we can take, like, a rolling 10-day average or 100-day average of, like, precipitation, temperature, you know, over the course of a simulated year or whatever, and determine, like, oh yeah, this is like a temperate, forested, you know, temperate and lush and whatever, and, you know, somewhere that there isn't much rain and it's hotter would be like an arid desert, or somewhere that it doesn't rain but it is really cold would be a tundra. And so you can pretty much we just, like, click a button and all of the biomes sort themselves out, all of the weather patterns kind of sort themselves out. But then we can also change elements, you know, at runtime. So, like, we could just be like, hey, like, dude, there's a fucking fire dragon sitting on top of this mountain. And it's just like, it's like heating up the fucking air around it. And it's causing these crazy winds, and it's just like blowing fire out everywhere. And, you know, it's, you can do some cool shit. You can have like a volcano erupt, and then all of the ash from that eruption would, you know, cover the sky, which would then mean that when the sun is in the air, none of those rays are going to be hitting the ground, so you get like a volcanic winter effect. There's just like heaps of funny shit we can do. So that looks kind of cool. The other thing is that with a thing like this, we can also just we can put safety rails in check, where we can just like check the total, you know, a 10-day average or a, you know, an hourly average of like the temperature, and apply like a very small correction over time, you know. Been playing Vintage Story, love the large-scale weather effects, so I encourage this hyperfixation. That's kind of what, like, got me interested in it. Because I think Vintage Story does a lot of stuff that I have wanted to do. And I think in playing it, it's, like, really reinforced a few things. You know, about my hashtag dream game, you know? Like, the feeling of, like, needing to prepare to go on a long trek. You know, to you know, follow a treasure map or something. And where, you know, if you prepare poorly and your food spoils and you start starving, I wish it was a little bit more, you know, a little bit more brutal in a way. But yeah, it's a good game. It's a very good game. And I like that you can see a rain cloud approaching and be like, oh shit, like it's gonna start bucketing. But I also feel like at the moment, with where it's at, you know, they could be a bit more impactful, and that's kind of why I'm going into a bit more, whatchamacallit, like why I'm doing this in the first place, you know, because I want it to really, like, matter, like the weather stuff. Like if it's rainy, then it gets slippery and you might just like fall off a cliff and die. Or, you know, because you didn't bring hiking boots or studded boots or whatever when it was raining, and, you know. Or maybe you've got like a bunch of bread in a canvas bag, but then it starts bucketing rain and all of the bread gets wet and soggy. And then you're just like sitting around a campfire and everyone's super depressed because you're eating soggy bread. Or it rains and then, you know, it fucking starts freezing and you're like soaked in water and it's really cold and, you know, you're fucked. So yeah, there's a lot of things we can do with it, basically. Yeah, I'm glad I fixed that that little bias that was happening. That was really annoying. So, back to, now that I've caught up on the chat, back to the thing. Do you rate you could receive seasonal changes with this simulation? So the seasons would actually be emergent rather than determined, if that makes sense. So if you're simply just exposing the land to less sun per day, then it won't heat up as much, and you will get like a global, you know, temperature change as the year goes on. And so because it's all just like, you know, simulated and parameterized and whatever, then you would just like, you know, it can just snow somewhere if fucking, you know, chaos, the chaotic powers make it so. It could even snow in a desert, like really rarely, if everything just lined up right. And it'd be able to handle that, you know, because we're gonna have 2D render targets that tell us, you know, what's the snowfall or the snow coverage at this, you know, in this 100 by 100 meter square. And that snow coverage is determined by the snowfall. That kind of stuff. Anyway, let's go back to our thing. Why does this not zoom in more? Settings, sampling mode, nearest point sampling. No. If I do... No, that doesn't help, does it? Why can I not zoom in as much now? Oh, wait, is it... No, what the fuck? Bruh. Alright, close. Wait, let me save this first. Oh, I see. I did 32. I did a long boy. It's a long boy now. I meant to do it the other way. Fuck. It should be 32 by 128. There it is. Alright. You know, I'll go a bit higher. Alright, first things first. We need to... First I want this here. Very dope. We need to fix our upper bounds, which I think we can just... So if I've got fountain... Yeah, so that's just... yeeting upwards. Oh, that's the nearest point thing. You can see it's like blurred, pixelated. It's funny. Right, so this is wrapping around, but we just want it to, like, fan out. That's our ideal scenario. Death Stranding on steroids? Literally. Although I haven't played Death Stranding yet. Still. Let's see. So that's definitely coming through. Okay. Okay, so we want to... I guess advection is our first place that we want to reduce dickage. Just to play RuneScape. I haven't played RuneScape in quite a while. I haven't played it in a fair while. Which is sad. But I just don't have time. I don't even have time to play any games, really. Which is probably a good thing. Right, so if I wanted this to not advect, I could clamp... Well, I'd want to flip the... Do I want to flip the actual velocity, or do I just want to zero it out? Because this is calculating the next velocity. I could also just clamp these instead of, you know, instead of moduloing them. So like, oh yeah, do +1, but then min that at... Oh no, sorry, max that. No, min that. No, max that. No, min. Choose the smaller value. Yeah. At 120... No, this is the up-down, so it's like 64. I do that into the up guy, and then this would be maxed. At, what, fucking 0, probably. Chuck you into there. So in theory, this should just not... Okay, well, I was wrong. Maybe it needs to be one less than that. I mean, there are other things I need to do first, like the pressure iteration, or even the divergence would need to not wrap. I return to Glaze Houdini. Look, Houdini's cool, but I just can't be bothered. Also, I don't know if I'd find it, like, useful, because everything I do is, like, within Unreal, you know? I mean, I know I can, like, do, okay, so we do plus. Again, we'll get our min and our dude. Let's also turn off curl and vorticity confinement. So that should just feed back and we die, basically. Yeah. Oh god! Hello, Mizu! Mizu and gang. Welcome! Welcome. We're doing silly things. Let me turn all this back on real quick. I'll show you what we're up to. We are doing whatever this is. It's interesting, I swear. It's silly. It's silly, that's what it is. Let me turn on all of the debug inputs. You gotta make sure you're hydrated. Thank you. Oh my. You know what? I actually forgot my water bottle. But I do have coffee. Ooh, it's good. How was the stream? What were you working on? Puking so much color? Yeah, it's like in anime when they vomit. It's just rainbows. Sparkly rainbows. This is our little Kamehameha test. Where we have two things doinking each other. Oh, I wonder now that I've fixed that bug, if I can just, like, turn up vorticity confinement, like, to the max without it exploding. Okay, no, it's okay, it still explodes. Okay, that's probably really bad for the stream health. Okay, so we can go up to, like, 20 without it totally dying, which is interesting. So I'm working on my teleport extra for the fishing village. Nice. Yeah, I was lurking a bit earlier. And it all looks fab. It all looks fabulous. So this color bomb, as you put it, is a 3-dimensional fluid simulation. Let me make it a cube, because cubes are nice. So essentially, it's like a grid, like a 3D grid of, like, I guess they're like particles, in a sense. Like each grid space. So it's 86 by 86 by 86 cells. And each of them has, you know, a velocity value. And then we can kind of just, like, spread that value to its neighbors. And the neighbors can, you know, pull information from their surroundings and whatnot. And so we end up with, after, like, you know, a week of debugging and fiddling around, we end up with a nice representation of, like, air. Like, we invented air. Wow. So good. But what I want to use this for is to drive a weather and climate simulation on a mesoscale. So like a continent-sized, or not even continent. Well, I mean, is it like the thing is there's a ton of papers about, you know, weather prediction and all that kind of stuff on like an actual Earth scale, but in video games it's like it's weird because, you know, a continent in a video game has, like, you know, it has a desert region and it has a polar region and it has like temperate regions, but it's all just like squished into like a 10 kilometer by 10 kilometer, you know, level. In like open world games and whatnot. Because, you know, you want that biome diversity and all that kind of stuff. And then you've also got to think like, okay, well, like the days in this world or like in the simulation are going to be like 24 minutes instead of 24 hours. So there's a lot of like weird time and space compression and tweaking that needs to be done. But the idea is essentially to... I was drawing a diagram before, but to kind of just click a button and let the system decide, you know, where biomes occur, where rainfall occurs, you know, because usually we get rainfall on the backside of a mountain, you know, on planet Earth, and in the morning we get breeze coming in from the ocean because the land heats up quicker than the water, and so the hot air rises on land but not here, and that like sucks it over. And then when the sun goes down, the land cools down quicker and the ocean remains hot, which means that we get the opposite. So it's kind of just like, I'm hoping that it will be an interesting way to kind of determine where, you know, different biomes go and where different weather patterns exist. With the goal of people being able to use it for procedurally generated levels as well. So you can just like be like, oh yeah, bam, this is where our continent is. Procedurally generated mountains, valleys, you know, whatever people are doing. And then like this will just be able to handle it all. You know, they say, okay, the sun's over here, and this is where the equator would be, and this is where the pole would be in our you know, world. And then this should just handle the rest. So that's the that's the plan. It sounds totally batshit crazy, but yeah, yeah, it's batshit crazy. But I'm gonna see it through to the end, you know. This baby contains worlds of possibilities, smacks Unreal Engine on the roof. Lumen and Nanite proceed to crash Unreal Engine. Yeah. That's why I don't use Lumen or Nanite, honestly. Yo, Boom, how's it going? Yoinked the RGB. Imagine having, like, a computer, but it's, like, filled with, like, a sick RGB, you know, fluid sim. That's the dream. Anyway, what I'm working on currently is just being able to boundify. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing. To put a boundary at the top of our sim, so that we don't get this kind of leakage from top to bottom. I want it to wrap around left to right, like this, just because it's way more stable. Kind of looks like coral or something. Or mushrooms. I think Amethyst was saying it looks like mushrooms. Mushrooms on a tree. That's Vortex. There's the Schwinger. And then the fountain. There it is. Alright. So we need to stop this from happening. Which means, let's turn off vorticity confinement and curl generation. And okay, let's turn this down a tiny bit. Just so it matches dissipation. So, I think our problem is in the pressure iteration. No, it'll be in the divergence calculation. We first need to min our doodad to the upper... You know what, I'm just going to have to get that from cells high. Cells high... I don't know if it needs to be cells high -1. Or not. So that can just be +0 and then max 0. So this should be saying when it's doing like the up, down, left, right check for... Oh. Well, okay, that's something. It's just fucking disappearing. Oh, so all good, Mizu. Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you have a good food. I do have some references here that I can look at. My little cheat sheet. Which is the ones that are in the engine that are just so bloated and, like, fucked up. But they have some... And it's all written in HLSL. So when they compute boundary... Okay, you know what? No. Let's go to... Where's your divergence? Divergence... What does it invite? Velocity... Compute divergence. Okay, so their divergence doesn't account for boundaries at all. Which is fine. But then in their pressure solver, pressure iteration, here we go. So, boundary grid, get the solid velocity boundary, up, down, left, right, down, left, right. Cell right, round B. If cell type right is solid cell, then fluid count boundary plus scale times velocity. So invert the velocity. No, but this is in the pressure iteration. Like, velocity x minus boundary right x. Pressure right equals 0. So if it is solid cell, pressure 0. Wait, but is that P... Okay. Because essentially the top... There's like a point in the Earth's atmosphere where like it's essentially a solid boundary for air. And then obviously down the bottom is a solid boundary for air as well. So why are we getting... Oh, boundary add to the... What's plus equal mean in HLSL? Shorthand notation, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Add and assign. Right. Add to the right operand and left operand. And assigns the result to the left operand. Ah, right, so like increment. Okay. So it just means increment this dude. If it's x plus equals y, then it's x equals x plus y. Gotcha. Yeah, right. So it's like the increment. There's like little blueprint doodads that just yeah. Okay. So boundary. Okay, so that does the boundary, and then it does. Hold on. Plus boundary add. Before it gets divided by the fluid cell count. And so what's that adding to? That's just adding to the pressure, but the pressure is a scalar. Oh no, right, that's if. Right, so they just set pressure to 0. Okay. This is where the simulation going to affect how hot air balloons travel in-game. You know what, Stov? Yes, actually. And you would have to, you'd have to get really good at, you know, reading the weather. Because you can't really steer a hot air balloon. You have to just go up until you hit an air current that's going that way and then drop down so it comes back this way, and it's like, what the hell? That would be sick, though. Even sailing ships would be highly effective? Yeah, exactly. How are you doing, Self? Oh, okay, something broke, but I think it's my fault. Oh, no, that's a reference. So okay, so pretty much we need to, if there's a solid boundary, which is our bottom dude, we add the velocity. So what's B down? Oh, that's boundary down. Can you, like, get the fuck out of there? So boundary grid, get the thing. So this is for this point. If it's an up, down, left, right. So, okay, because we don't need to have a boundary grid because we're just using the simulation as the bounds. So we know where this is. And I'm pretty sure these are just 1 values. So it just means we need to get the z velocity. And then based on that velocity in the z, we then add pressure to, you know, tell it to get the fuck up. Cool. I think I get it. Let me just see why this is dying. Right, because I unhooked some things. Okay, so we need to... Let's just yeet that. And... The divergence was the same, right? We're just gonna wrap divergence, and that's all fine. Or I could probably still clamp divergence, but it pretty much gets zeroed out anyway. The other thing is that, like, we kind of need to... Actually, how do they... Let me just see how they handle advection at the boundaries. Oh, get in here. Alright, we have advect... Vectors... Advect velocity. Oh, they do fucked up. All right. Set that as that. Okay, so advect fluid attribute. Oh my god, what a fucking hard-coded nightmare of a thing. Where is your advect vector for semi-Lagrangian? Is that your vector for grid? Is this our velocity? Yeah. Vector velocity multiplier. Okay, here we go. So, do you clamp? What are these two dudes? If linear, if cubic. Eh? If linear, if cubic. Wait, what do you mean if linear, if cubic? Do you mean like the... Wait, what's the difference? Sample unit. Add vector 4. They're identical. Oh, no. Okay, one of them does... Confused. Very confused. I think one of them does an up, down, left, right, front, back, and the other does a up, down, right, left, front, back, and the corners? Maybe? I don't know, it doesn't matter either way. So it's literally just this sample unit, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so they don't clamp this at all. They rely on divergence to actually create the boundaries, which makes sense. But I mean, I could... Yeah. Yeah, alright, let's just go back. Alright, so... This guy... Advect wind velocity, you can... I mean, it's not hurting to do this. Maybe let's just wrap it anyway. Yeah. Whatever. Alright. Divergence, that's all the exact same. We're going to wrap that. Top and bottom. Pressure, iteration. Okay, so this is where I get a bit heckers. We essentially want to... If our up... is greater... No, less than... or equal... to... So if we're at the bottom, and we try and go down one more, that's when this boolean will be true. So I'll just do less than 0. Less than 0. We have a nice little boolean. This guy's going to be greater than... Greater than or equal to? I guess the... If it starts at 0 and it ends at this guy, then it should be greater than or equal. So if this guy is greater than or equal to that guy, then we get the dude. That can also just yeet. Oh wait, no, it should be this guy. This is our tallness. So, if we're at the top or the bottom, we need to get the z velocity. So this is just an OR. Logic A or B. And... Well, no. This is, just do a select. Or I could do, it's probably just better to do this, right? We just say pressure If false, do this. If true, do that. Same here. Because we set the pressure to 0, but then we add some. Well, we have to get the what's it called? The velocity. Is it the velocity in this cell? It was the velocity in this cell, wasn't it? Not the velocity in the next one, because the next one's off the grid. So we need to sample our previous vector value. You shit lord. There you go. Oh. What was this again? Previous vector. This is at x, y, z. So current index. Let's just yeet this guy down here. This is called wind velocity. We are going to smack you out of here. Get the z component. And then... It looks like this is like sucking. Huh? I mean, that's probably normal. I don't know. So we get the z, and it was velocity minus 1. That sounds dumb. No, it should be the negative of it, right? No, it was minus the pressure. Oh, fuck, I don't know. Let's just see what happens. I can't remember if negative pressure is the thing. Okay, that's terrifying. I can't remember if 0 is outward or... Oh, wait, hold on. That should be in here. You know, let's go back to reference. We need the reference. Can't wait to sit in Prismatica waiting for the winds to change so I can continue my quest. Well, I mean, at that point you need to invent some kind of giant magic crystal-powered fan, you know? Been working and lurking? Hell yeah, hell yeah. Making all that dosh. Expanding skill set. Building up a resume. And I'm just here doing nothing. I'm just here doing a stupid-ass wind simulation. Recommended saving velocity paths for a majority of objects unless you absolutely need to. Yeah. Also, again, like, velocity pass is really only there for, like, what, TAA and motion blur? Which, like, everyone fucking hates motion blur. I don't mind motion blur, but everyone else hates it. There's a setting in file... I think it's in project settings. Something about WPO and velocity pass. Velocity pass. Output velocity is due to vertex deformation. This will save heaps of juice if you turn this off. Yeah. That big boom. Have you abandoned Prismatica? No, I'm actually working on it right now, funnily enough. It's crazy. It might not look like much, but That's all. Right, where was pressure? Project pressure, computer... pressure iteration. Alright, let's go in here. But yeah, I'm kind of doing Prismatica from the ground up again. Again. But kind of working on it on like a module by module basis so that other people can use and like view all of the code, you know, as modules, modularly. Who is it? Someone said last function is different. Right. You mean anyway, let's just see. So yeah, I'm pretty sure the boundary grid is... Okay, no, this is getting up, down, left, right. Oh, no, but it just... Yeah, B right, B left, B up, B down. So if we then go to where it's doing up, down, it's doing our... And so essentially, yeah, B down is a value. I'm pretty sure it is 1. Don't care about scale, whatever. Alright, where is... There's front, back. Oh, actually, I guess front, back is... Technically, when you look at it this way, it's front, back. Boundary add. Your community desperately needs a production-ready river and ocean system that isn't the UE water plugin. Fluid Flux and Fluid Ninja suck to work with. I got you. I got you, fam. Okay, eventually I'll have got you. Eventually, I got you. What were we working on the other day in Prismatiscape land? Soon TM, that's right. I keep thinking like the last thing we worked on was the physical character movement stuff. But then I remember like we did this stupid ocean shader with the particles implementation kind of half started. And that was when I gave up. Also, why is... Okay, there you go. Why is it that whenever you move your mouse, everything just breaks? Give me river and ocean blending, I give you my soul? Bruh. I already got you, fam. I've already got you. Well, okay, this is a lake and a river. But, you know, it would work with an ocean, I swear. Mouse polling stuff, I think? Yeah, like you can see... Like here, it's fine, and then as soon as I move my mouse, it slows down. I guess, yeah, it does need to, like, overlap with stuff to... Yeah. It's also weird... Oh, maybe that's why it does it. Because it takes WPO into account. So it must be, like, polling against the depth pass rather than line traces and shit. How about breaking beach waves? Yeah, I'll be doing that at some point. Hashtag some point. I've got the actual beach, like the direction here. Although the shore could be a lot longer. You can see how it works down here, you know? We just use an RVT with a kind of like distance field. It's like if you could have distance fields that were like 1,000,000 units long. That's kind of what I'm using this RVT for. And then we also use RVTs to do the flow map of the water, like blending, you know. And we can also just do like funny vortexes by using these. And then depending on how we rotate this, it has like a different effect, you know. Like a sinkhole or a spring. Spring. There's a spring. Or whatever. So yeah, soon TM. The main reason I started this water stuff was I needed to implement like height detection for like, you know, water waves for the plugin for like the water interaction stuff. Because, you know, when we're in the water and there's WPO, we're not doing a scene capture, so we don't actually get the height of the WPO. So I was like, oh, I need to like have an implementation with like a deterministic wave, you know, material function thing. And then for that to, yeah. Also, now that I've, like... I don't know. Now that I know how, like, Navier-Stokes equation solving works, I could probably... I don't know. I might put in, like, another option to do, like, an actual fluid sim for the wind and just have, like, 2 toggleable styles. So one of them is, like... you know, this kind of gamified, you know, very simple, smooth wind without much, like, crazy turbulence. And then there's, like, the actual Navier-Stokes one. But, yeah, let's, remember this. We need to revisit this soon. When we're in Prismatica land. When we're doing gameplay stuff. Okay, I just fell over. Because I'm trash. Okay, stop falling over. Please. Okay, you know what? Let me just, oh god. I balanced. Go team. Ouch. When you try and jump off a cardboard box. It's funny. See, if I wanted to do this, I'd need to, like... Okay, you know what? That worked. That's fine. No, don't go on the ice. Okay, maybe we go back. Would it be possible to change waves on a coastline due to raising and lowering water heights? Yes. Yes. And that is something that I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be doing tides and shit as well. Need to bring your bounty shop stall cloth roofs. Oh, fuck. Do I still have them? Market stall. What did I call that? Tent. They were tents. Tent. Maybe in content. Tent. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's not simulating. Hold on. Simulate. Physics? Okay, hold on. Fuck. Oh, maybe this doesn't have the right... I'm not sure why we're not balancing. I think it might not have the right, collision channels. Or object type, potentially. Simulate physics. Collision. It's physics actor, that's it. Okay, it needs to be... No, physics body should work. That should be blocking all... I'll just call it world dynamic for now. Okay, that was cursed. Oh, no, don't. Oh, you son of a... What version of Unreal are you on? The River Node busted last subject 554? I'm in 5.5. Yeah. All right, let me just go back to that. I want to see what happens, you know. I need to see. Might also just get that one and... Alright. Let's go and... What was it? The collision. Collision. Custom. World dynamic. Save. Full screen. Play. Yes, I know that's busted. Okay, now we're balancing, but it's a bit... bit of a nightmare. I think we're falling through the bodies. I think this one was a bit more... or a bit less crazy. Okay, it's all just a bit... Oh, don't do... Goddamn. Alright, well, anyway. Back to the fluids. Thoughts on the new RuneScape game? I haven't played it yet. I also haven't seen any footage of it. Yeah, that's all. That's my opinion, I guess. Is it any good? No, we're not bowling. We were just revisiting the balls. We were just revisiting. Just giving them a tickle, you know? Just give them a little tickle. Alright, let's go back to our fluid simoleon. Oh shit, I'm supposed to do a fucking thumbnail for a video. Hold on. YouTube. Go to my channel. Videos. Manage videos. Have I uploaded this one? It's literally just, yeah, min and max. Min and max. Alright, it's a very short video. I need to just quickly... Affinity. No, I don't even have it. It's not even in Affinity. It's in fucking Photoshop. God fucking damn it. Photoshop CC 2015. Right, let's see. Content. Let me just go to a map that has some stuff. Micros, hello. Hello, guy with long hair. Hello. Hello, dear viewer. How are you, and what are you up to? Let me just open my thumbnails. I will follow and make you happy. I'm so happy. I am so happy right now. Thank you so much. Okay, we need to go to... Oh my god. That's the wrong... Was it... This one? Oh, and thank you for the stretch. Oh. Oh. Feels good. I'm currently just doing a thumbnail for a video that I'm supposed to release in 4 minutes. In 4 minutes. And it's taking a while. Let's just get all the stuff done. Min and max nodes. Where is... There should be a 5-minute materials. Where the hell are... Okay, it must be down here then. WPA disabled distance. Niagara. Where's 5-minute materials? Here? No. Thank God. So many like dumb jokes in here. Alright, well, let's just take this one over. 5-minute materials. Beautiful. Easy. Alright. We need to set up a ball. We need to set up a ball that represents... Wow, that's blurry. What's the depth of field doing? Uh-huh. Alright, what does min and or max look like? This is too abstract for me. How do we... How? Min and or max. Do I have a min-max? I'll just chuck it in here. Material. Bam. Bam. Oh, shit. Alright, we get a texture, noise, and then we get like a UV bounds. We get this, and we just, what, max that over a noise texture? Question mark. What does this say, you know? Okay, that looks dumb. That's what it says. It says, hey, I'm dumb. Oh, so it's a really bad sphere. Let's try minning it. How can I even... How do I even? If you... It's so abstract. If you had to, like... If you had to draw something and your prompt was the min and the max function, math operations, it's like, well, fucking... How? I could do, like, the graph. Plot function on graph. And do... linear gradient x. Well, no, that's a 1-to-1. Gradient. Oh, that just needs to be a thinger. It's kind of... Okay, you know what? It's cube time. I guess we have to do it on a cube. Right? Which are the nodes in the thumbnail? That's true. I've done that with a few other ones. It's not a bad idea. Maybe I could make this look less dumb. So if I just did... well, this min linear gradient. Oh no, that would have to be the other one, right? Yeah, no, min this guy. And subtract 0.5. Multiply by 2. That will take up the whole range. Looks really dumb. Very cool. Now just add a tiny bit to this. Toss gases on the tube, then it'll look smart. I mean, look, you're not wrong. What if I 1- it? Let's 1-. Also, let's say gradient height 0. I don't want the gradient up there. Okay, that looks dumb. It's dumb and it still looks dumb. Is this a lost cause? I don't know. Alright, let's just get... let's just get this. Just looks silly. Oh, I can also show thickness. Default is 1. Let's go like 10. That's thick. Okay, okay, it's something. We can work with it. Let's just give it a tiny bit of lift, or maybe hue shift by 50 or 40%, so it becomes blue. The red is a bit crazy. Okay, okay, you know what? It's getting there. Cell shader or no cell shader? I think on. And also this needs to be... okay, maybe not that much. I guess that needs to be very slightly... well, no, specular needs to be 0. 0. Wingman, hello, hello. How's it going? What do you think about the future of AR glasses? Do you think that it'll be adopted by the masses? I think eventually, yeah. It would kind of make sense. Yeah, I think eventually... oh, that needs to be scale. Can I just, like, desaturate that? There we go. So cursed. But yeah, I think AR glasses could be very useful. I think it's a good way to sort of have auxiliary information. So yeah, I do, you know what, now that I've thought about it, I do think that AR will kind of, you know, do stuff. Do cool stuff. You know what? I could chuck in a light here. But yeah, I think a lot of technology is... it's cool. Some of it's pretty nifty. Like AR and whatnot. But it might just need a good whatchamacallit. A good use case. I feel like a lot of technology is like, you know, figure out what it is first and then find a use for it. You know, like kind of shoehorn it to some extent. Which, you know, AI bros are probably like shaking in their boots hearing me say that. All right. Here's our thing, and then we're going to have the nodes superimposed over the top. How's that sound? Oh, did I just hide that light? Yeah, I did. Yeah, you know, I'll just move that ball. You go over there. Maybe I should put a point light under it. So it's like it's floating. It's mystical. The cube. And that should be like the same color as... Yeah, now we're talking. Alright, now we're cubing. Alright, Dank. Let's just get the boast process, volume, and the depth of field, focal distance. Post process. Distance. Focal distance. Nope. Goddamn. Come back and then... There it is. And that's an actual distance, not a field of view distance. Alright, bam. Grab this. Get this guy here. And we... this and that and that. Well, they can all die. Yeet. Alright, smack that in. That needs to be... Oh my god, that's so small. 70%, 50%, 55, 50. Go 60 and bring it down a tiny bit. So I'll be bothered retaking it. Min and max nodes. Look at that piece of art. Wow. We probably want to copy... Oh, fuck you. Copy, paste that. Grab a selector dude. Grab the cube. What is it to, like... I can't remember. Add more. Get all of the cube. Tiny bit there missing. Shit. Okay, it is alt. Alright. Fuck. Yeah. Oh, goddamn. Okay, that's pretty good. Copy, paste. FX, outer glow, color, yellow, bam. Oh, fuck. Yellow. Spread. No, it's softness, isn't it? Opacity 100. Size. Whoa, look at that. It's a crazy old cube. He's really Cuban. Maybe I could do it like blue. And then have the nodes in yellow. Yeah? Crazy. Alright, let's get the nodes from in here. Max. Min. Guess they want reroutes as well, just so they're not. Can I like not? No, piss off. No. Ah. I don't want these up there. Can I just like not? Display the constants? What if I put in a texture or something? Aha! There we go. Now you're confused. That's better. I can probably just put that into there. Yeah. Okay, cool. Can I get everything but the nodes? You dog. Fuck it, let's just do this. Get rid of the outside. The goddamn drop shadow. I hate making thumbnails. Have I ever told you guys that? That I just really don't enjoy making thumbnails? It's literally like the worst part of what I do. It's like my least favorite part, but it's also like, in a kind of fucked up way, more important than the actual content of the videos. I mean, you know, I'm not really fussed on like views and shit, but you know, if you were on the grind, then it would be. Oh, you fuck. No! No, it's Control-Alt-Z. Go back. Go back. Oh my god. You fucking dog! Oh wait, no, I can do select pixels. Then get this back. Okay. No, I'm fine. There we go. Now copy and paste. And yeet that. And now... Oh my god, what the fuck? Hello? No, I selected them. Oh, did I not have that selected when I... So confused. Okay, now I have them. Copy, paste. That's it. That's the one. And then just select pixels, refine edge, smooth. Yeah. Smooth, and you know what? That's fine. Fuck it. And then select inverse, delete. Yeah, I don't know. It's... I feel like I shouldn't put anyone else through the misery of it, you know? Where's feathering? Alright, now we get this guy over here. Where are they? Where do they want to sit? So they can be like way smaller. Oh, you piece of... Oh, God. Alright, they... no. Make them... Hey, AI! Make them 70% smaller. Applying transformation. Maybe I should just do, like, post-ironic vaporwave... thumbnails. You know, I like doing that kind of thing, though. I mean, I guess. But at the same time, isn't that like... Isn't that DV? To make someone, well, you know, to do thumbnails? I mean, if you asked me to make a thumbnail for you, I'd be like, you know what, I'm out of here. I can't do this. That's how much I hate thumbnails. Alright. How's that? This looks dumb. Man's info to waiting on another dimension. Yeah, you did, Jed. Jed, I don't know if you've like looked at the stream, but I've made progress. Ooh, that looks kind of funky. When I just like, you know what? Fuck it, we ball. Press X to find Jedem with your slime. He has arrived. Spong has appeared. Okay, maybe not sharpen that much. I feel like these need to be smaller. I'll just individually make them smaller. I have to frickin' transform. 80%. 70%. 80%. Oh, shit. And then I think I need to, like, zhuzh them up a bit. Transform. 80%. No, you piece of garb. Stop it. No, don't apply. I just want to select this guy. Transform. 80%. Okay, cool. Are they still even? It's good enough, whatever. Then let's just get image adjustment, brightness, contrast. Bam! Contrast. Bam! Okay, maybe not that much. And you know what? I can probably just, like, chuck a little Gorsey boy on this. There we go. Just 6, not to have smart objects that let you scale without running the source resolution of the layer. I don't know what CS this is. This is a legitimate version of Photoshop from 2015. Very legitimate. I would actually never pirate an Adobe product. What are you saying? What are you implying? Preposterous. All right. Oh, you know what? I might just... This doesn't stand out as much as I want it to. I'm just gonna YOLO, just make it a bit darker. Or do I just want to... The old UE logo. Yeah, what's the... I swear I have the UE5 logo somewhere. But, YOLO. Maybe the lightness would be... Oh, you know what? Just chuck me a curvy boy. Ooh. Now that's something though. That's it's a bit weird, but it's like cool weird. Maybe eye-catching weird? I don't know. Let me just yeet you down. Can I just do like a lift? Yeah, whatever. These guys are just a bit out of place. You know, maybe they just need a bit of sharpening. And you know what? I'll chuck just a black lift on them. Oh yeah, now we're talking. They're just they're a bit softer, you know? And you know, it's a bit vibrant. I might just zhuzh the background down a tiny bit. Like that. Just the teeniest, tiniest little bit. So it doesn't make eyes bleed too much. Alright, there we go. Thumbnail. That only took like, what, 20 minutes? I'm only half an hour overdue. God, my manager's gonna kill me. You idiot! Get the fucking video done. You said there was gonna be a video! Oh. Alright, good enough. Fuck it, we ball. PNG. Thumb. Min-max. Bam. It's saved. And you know what? I'll save the Photoshop session. We go to the thinger. Min-max video. We're going to edit. Upload file. Prismatica assets. Thumb. Min-max. Playlist. 5-minute materials. Done. I need to do all the frickin' stuff. All the description and blah blah. Don't I have like an import description? No. Alright, here we go. Video details. Today we're looking at the min and max math functions inside the UE5 material graph. These functions are incredibly useful when you know how to use them. If you've ever used Photoshop, or let's call it image manipulation software. What do you call it? If you've ever used Photoshop like applications, well, let's say if you're familiar with lighten and darken blend modes inside Photoshop-like applications, then you'll already know how to use these guys. Cool. And then the title is... forget the format for the frickin' 5-minute materials. Parallax occlusion mapping, blah blah blah, 5-minute materials, UE5. This is called min ampersand max. Cool. That's got all the stuff. Buy the plugin. Da. I can't be bothered doing tags. Ugh. Do I really want to do tags? I guess I have to. Add tag. Unreal Engine, UE5, UE4, 5-minute materials, UE5. They're all shader stuff. UE5 materials, UE5 shaders. UE5 optimization, UE5 material graph, UE5 material math, UE5 shader math, UE5 blueprint math. It's kind of the same, right? UE5 game development math? Fuck it. It's good. Alright, save. And visibility, public. Wait, why can't I freaking... There it is, done. Save. Off it goes, into the void. Image editing software, that's right. Alright, new video, whoa! I am going to pee. But there's the video. Everyone just watch it. Just play it in the background on like 1% volume if you want. Maybe leave a comment, you know. And then I'll be back in 2 minutes. BRB. Hello. I am back. How is everyone? What's everyone doing? Everyone tell me what you are currently working on. Or else. Oh, I'm losing so much hair. Marcus, how's it going? Hi, back. Hi, back, how are you? Trying to figure out how to make procedural geometry works to make procedural volumes. Right. Procedural volumes. Do you mean for like collision volumes to like, you know, bound things and whatnot? GIS visualization app in UE. What's GIS? GIS. Please explain. The cube. Alright, let's get to work. Plugins. Sim data fields. Back to the dude. You're not making rooms, but brain is tired. Yeah, all that room stuff is like... I don't know. It's pretty crazy. It's crazy and confusing, and then there's also the additional of like making decisions, you know? Like, does a room need a foundation, which, you know, needs to have a floor on it, blah, blah, blah. It's a nightmare. All right, let's go thingo here. I want to get the VRT going. This guy just chills here. Bad size down here. It's funny. And then this is a 3D guy. Sweet. Alright, so we were working on the upper and lower boundaries. Upper and lower boundaries. Here's our vortex. He's chilling. Oh, we don't have vorticity confinement on. So this is how we're looking, right? We're looking. We're cooking. Everything works. Everything's dope. Look at that. Whoa. The cube. Touch 3, obviously carrying previous versions, so I can use interactions everywhere on the map, but that doesn't work with your new water material. So the 3 RVTs are the landscape and the... Well, landscape height, the water data, and the water height, right? Is everything in your world drawing to those render targets? As they should be? Flew to a wind sim? Yes, yeah, this is the wind sim. This is the current wind sim. I just need to make sure it doesn't wrap around the top. I don't mind if it wraps around the sides, but the top cannot wrap. It's banned. Look at them just collide, you know? Pew, pew. Look at those key blasts. Dank. Right, but we need to do the thing with the top, the stuff. So, fountain. We turn vorticity confinement off. Don't have to do these things. It's almost like, there's some like bug question mark? I don't know. Well, without the advection though, I don't know if it's due to pressure or not. I mean, there is wrapping pressure, so. Let me just turn off. Let me just bring this over there. There was a point where I was clamping this, so we could never access out of bounds. Like vector values. Oh, actually no, that should be going here. Oh, come here. Bam, bam. There we go. Now, I don't know if this was an issue. No. Okay, it's definitely a pressure issue. You can see when it's here, there is a shockwave. So we will have to figure that out. You're applying gravity to the fluid sim because that affects the outer layers of the atmosphere as the distance from Earth increases. I'm not. I'm not. I'm also not doing... So gravity would mean... I mean, to begin with, I'm only simulating up to, like, the mesosphere. You know, up to sort of above where clouds would stop going. And I'm also not simulating barometric air pressure. The barometric air pressure is just implied. Same with... what's it called? Adiabatic? Adiabatic pressure, temperature linkage, you know? Because I figured if hot air goes up, and then as the air pressure up higher decreases, it gets colder, that doesn't actually, like, mean that it's going to sink back down, you know? It's just going to disperse. Because, like, if it was to sink back down, it would just get hotter again as it gets compressed more. So that was kind of a bait that I, yeah, just... Let me just see this. That's also doing it. Why does it do it? It does it everywhere, though. Yeah, it's definitely a pressure thing. I can, like, try and keep it away from up there, but no, that's still not. And now we're in trouble. Well, that's just pressure. Yeah, so it's definitely not the advection, I believe. We just need to do our pressure iteration. And in here, if I go back to our thinger, where the hell's my reference? Oh, is it underneath here? Yeah, it is. Reference gas emitter. You know what? I'll chuck you in there. You can stay over there. Just doing your thing. Alright, so in your pressure iteration. So, for our front and back. If cell type back equals solid cell, fluid cell count subtract. And then the boundary add... Oh, wait, hold on. That's back and front. So what? That's... Right, so the back one gets subtracted. The front one gets added. The front one gets added. And that's velocity z of the middle one, right? Center. B center boundary grid, solid velocity boundary. Or do the boundaries maybe have a direction? So boundary add starts at 0. And then fluid cell count starts at 6. Right. The cell, which we're only ever going to be at 1. We can't be at this one and that one. So that's first thing to do. We can just do an OR, which is kind of ugly. I can do this with just convert them into integers, but I'm guessing this is probably going to be fine. So if... And again, we know... If it's on top or bottom, then it's 5. If not, it's 6. This will probably explode. No? Okay. Right. Trying to prove with texture as source of truth and generate the meshes from the texture, each mesh represented by a color ID. Using meshes as a source of truth and lead to volumes that overlap or have unintended gaps. If I manage to use procedural meshes, I'll end up using original multiple points for development and just make the final volumes with more details in Blender. You could just use the texture. What kind of things are going in the bounds, you know? Is it just like a player-centric thing? Like, if you're in this region, it's raining, so we need to know, you know, where the rain starts or where the desert is, that kind of thing. Because you could just use... You could convert a texture in editor to an array of values and just, you know, periodically access, like, look up on that 2D array on the CPU if you are in XYZ. That's what I'm doing with this thing, to look up, you know, for gameplay things where it's raining and where it's whatchamacallit. Scale. Okay. So these want to... Well, velocity boundary add gets dx divergence dt plus boundary add right before the fluid cell count. So this is our like boundary add value, right? Which probably starts at 0. Boundary add starts at 0, okay. So if it's a solid cell, fluid cell count decreases. If it's the downwards way, we subtract scale times velocity z of our middle minus the b back z, which I'm guessing is like a direction z or something. And then the pressure equals 0 for back. It gets set to 0 for each iteration. So scale is just delta time. Why are you angry? Right. You're afloat, 0. We have delta time. And then each of these... You know what? Whatever. Scale, I'll just keep at 1. Well, actually, you know what? We can... Oh, cell size is 1. So, yeah. So our scale is just delta time. Because that was dx dt. So if it's the back, the down, if that is a solid, we multiply the velocity z. Well, scale minus velocity z, back z. Which again, I don't know what back z is. I'm guessing it's the direction of it. So it would be... Oh, is boundary add a... No, that's a float. Yeah, boundary add is a scalar. So it's literally just the velocity z. Oh, is this... Yeah, no, that's fine. Velocity z... minus... I guess just a float. Multiplied by... scale. That's our boundary add. So if this guy... So this is just for up there, right? But only if it is a solid dude. Oh, God. This is ugly. So if we ran into a boundary, so it's less than 0, if true, do this. If false, it's just 0. We add these together, even though in theory we should never have the upper and lower bound. And then this would, again, just be the exact same for the other one, but the inverse. Well, unless it's like, yeah, a negative for the top one. So if true, do this. If false, 0. Add them together. That is our boundary add. And then this might need to be -1. I don't know. Something failed. Was not resolved. Right, that should be Z velocity. Right, that's incorrect. It's not. It's just not doing it. Are they all hooked in? Pressure iteration, height, row, size. Is my stream alright? Says this current session's only 10 minutes. Has it been dropping out, or is Twitch just dying or something? Maybe I'll drop the bitrate slightly. Dropped out before? Right, right. It didn't tell me. You gotta tell me these things, Twitch. Looks good at the moment. Alright, alright, alright. Where is this guy? Right, let's go back here. Gauss, Seidel, blah, 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 blah. Diffusion, yeah. Alright. Operators with defined visual grid will have a problem on boundary edges since the neighboring pixels are outside of the simulation grid. To solve this, we run a different program for the four corners of the grid. On the boundary cells, you can do a very specific behavior depending on the field you're processing. With velocity, you flip the velocity along the direction of the normal or the boundary. For pressure, you set it the same as the neighboring cell so that the gradient pressure is 0. So that would just be clamped. For density set it so the boundary always has 0 density. Close the boundary hand compute shader. Show me your dude. Right. Yeah, no, I figured for pressure, it should just be the same as, you know, like it should just be clamped. I don't even know if I need to do this fancy bullshit or not. It doesn't look like it's doing anything. And yeah, I guess flipping, like what is going on here? Right, it's definitely pressure related. Why the feedback happens. Let's also just put vorticity back on, just so it looks nicer while we're looking at it. I mean, look, that kind of is doing something. Maybe. Let me put that up a bit. 10. Yeah, it is leaking through. Which is not ideal. But how is it... Oh, you know what it is? It's probably the fucking... It's probably the fucking diffusion. No, it isn't. Wow, okay. We do need diffusion, otherwise that happens. Although this should... Diffusion shouldn't wrap, it should also clamp. And if we do say, you know, in the z-axis, min by the height, feel like it's height -1 though. Min height -1. And just chuck that into there. That should stop diffusion from crossing over that border. And then this one, -1, should be max 0. So in theory, that should be the diffusion done. We can also probably do in our advection fella. Advect wind velocity. Just, yeah, don't let it thingo. You know what I'm going to do? This -1 again. Yeah, it's creeping on through. Alright, no more curl and vorticity confinement. Okay, so it is still yeeting through. If I don't apply the pressure gradient... Yeah, okay, there it is. So if I don't apply pressure gradient... Oh wait, is it the pressure gradient? Fuck, that's probably it. Because that would be yanking it out from the other end. So if this was clamped... Oh god, I should have set up a bloody function to do all this. Alright. That would be... Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. This would be min 0. Alright, this should... That's better. Jesus. It's technically better. I don't know... It is better for a moment, that's right. Or at least the pressure gradient... So the pressure gradient should... Yeah, so now I just have to fix the pressure iteration. We just say frick your boundary add. Let's just do this old school. So we are still getting pressure down here. But I feel like if we clamped these... Because then the pressure... The pressure gradient, pressure iteration. Oh god, that's so cursed. How? What is it doing? It's kind of scary. Let's go. Min... The guy -1. That is our Z index, and then this guy is max 0. Max 0. Alright, let's see. You son of a... This is setting a wind to emit from a single point. I miss so much. And I'm wrapping. So this is... I'm just using this guy here as a test. But yeah, we essentially want the wind to not wrap in the Z-axis only. I don't mind it wrapping around the sides. Oh, maybe it's in the divergence that it's... That would be it now. Okay. I think we're so close. We're so close. We are so damn close. Let's choose the... Yeah, smaller value. This guy -1. I'm pretty sure it's number -1. Yeah. Alright. That should be max 0. So now everything should be clamped. Yes! Good. Ooh. No, not quite. I don't know. Okay. No, well, I just, you know. The diffusion's fine. What is leaking it into here? Let's turn diffusion off. Turn off curl and whatnot. It's definitely not that. Let me put the fountain back down to like 10 or something. Maybe the advection down here is pulling... let's see. Pressure iteration. Well, if I do like 12 steps of pressure... So now we actually get like, you know, fluidy looking things. Okay, it's still going nuts. That is the height? Yeah. Okay. I mean, I could still try and do this. Because I remember doing this another time where I replaced the pressure at the boundaries with 0. So if this is at a boundary... Yeah, kill this. If this is at a boundary, then use 0. And then if that, do that. No, how is it leaking? I don't understand. What's causing it to leak? It's not the curl stuff, I'm sure. It could just be that, like, it's the pressure. No, that's definitely... Let's just try a different thing. Let's get the Schwinger out. So the Schwinger should... Well, maybe we'll do, like, the Pil-Pil. So that should wrap like that, right? That's fine. That's supposed to be how it is. These guys are also fine. Wait, why are they so squished? Oh, is that because I did the pressure thing? Maybe that should be 1, not 0? No? Alright, just do your thing. Hello? Where's my, like, B component gone? What have I done? What on earth have I done? I must have turned something off. Or is this just not... Where's our... Huh? Oh, I bet you have, like, unhooked the Z. What have I done? It's like lost. Where'd all my B velocity go? It's not in pressure gradient. No, that's all fine. It's not in the velocity diffusion. That's also fine. Oh, wait, no, yeah, I'm just... No. Yeah, no, we're definitely not getting... Why? Where the... What the fuck? Is it just because the curl... makes it go up? Let me just... Go to 64 by 64. Where the frick is our up and down? This should be a big-ass cube. Yeah. Let me guess, it's something in wind velocity. Wind velocity added? No. Unit don't clamp? Potentially. That's normal. I'm so confused. That's just pressure. If I do these, they should be like exploding in all directions. Like 100%. I don't know what's gone wrong. I guess it's debugging time. Is it in the divergence? We're getting the Z, getting the wind velocity Z. That's fine. Pressure 0, yep. Why is it not splatting in the... Is it because this? Is that just like fucking with it? Or something? Ow. Oops, not that one. Right, now it's fine. Oh, fuck, I'm dumb as hell. Right, I'm maxing here and minning here. It should be max down here. Max 0. So that was just... Yeah. I'm just too dumb. Someone take over. I'm too dumb for this. Right, and then the min is our max dude minus dude man into there. Alright. So now, in theory, we should have an upper bound, kind of. Good way to learn how the min and max nodes work is to watch a video from Prismatic. Just dropped today. True. Yeah, I might have to look at that for reference, because that sounds really handy. That sounds really, really handy. God, even without vorticity confinement, this looks dope. And then we confine the vorticity. And it's more fucked up. Although now we're getting that weird bias again. Remember when that node was unplugged? Oh, we... I mean, there is just randomness. Maybe it does just technically balloon out of control. Yeah, that looks fine. So what we wanted to do was, again, we need to max the Z. No, we need to min the Z up at height -1. Look at all this repeated code. And then the bottom one, we max at 0, so it never goes below that. Because essentially what it's saying, right? When we're at one of the boundary pixels, it's just saying when it tries to access that out of bounds one, just like repeat your own value. Like read the Z from, you know, the current pixel that we're talking about. Alright, let's kill that. Let's get the fountain. Alright, any bleeding? No. That looks not too shabby. Now it is disappearing, but we're not getting the bleeding. So now we just need it to act as though this is like a solid fucking thing. Which means when we advect wind velocity, we can probably do... just a boolean, fuck it, why not? If less than 0, or... +1 greater than or equal to the height guy. Bam, 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 bam. Then we just want to... I think we just flip the output. Like, fuck off. Flip the Z... The final Z velocity. We'll also clamp the unit just in case we're trying to access something from out of bounds. So we just do a switch. No, what's it called? If. So if either of them are true, if none of them are true, it's just this guy. If it isn't, then we take the... you can do negate, can't you? The negative of the Z, and chuck that into here to then do their thing. Now that is terrifying. What if I just set it to 0? Because that's going to flip-flop, you know? If I set it to 0, it's like, it's okay. I did have a solution here that essentially zeroes out... it's a bit of a nightmare. If it's rising, then it will zero out. But if it's trying to go the other way, it won't touch it. You know, I'll just fucking do this. And then also apply a really small downward force. Let's just see how that goes. What the fuck? Is it because of that? I want that to be... I think it's because this is only if 0 close to 0. That should be... Just yeet that one. Just float. 1. No? Well... Oh, here's an idea. What if I flip the velocity, but only if it's going up or whatever? I don't fucking know. So, like... So we can still do this thing. So if true, do this, blah, blah, blah. So this will just create a big feedback loop because we're like flipping it continuously, right? But what we can do is say if updog is out of bounds, oh no, we should yeah, this is trying to go out of bounds. We clamp it and flip this guy's Z velocity. So if our top dude, multiplied by vector 1, 1, -1, and then if it is true, flip that dude. If it ain't true, do that dude, and then you go into there. And that should point it away from that. If I wasn't doing this nightmare fuel shit. Did nothing. Oh, unless that's... Yeah, I don't think it did anything. Could tell it to go... No, fuck that. Alright. New approach. If this or this, so if we're at the boundary... well, no. Pardon me. What do we want to do? We want to add them all together, blah, 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 blah. Because this is saying to sample from here. I mean, ideally, the pressure and divergence should handle it, rather than inverting the velocity. Kind of seems a bit hacky. Like, we should really be saying, hey, like, if you're here and there's a thing here, then, like, chill. Because we could do... Okay, so if we've clamped these, right? So they're clamped, and then we can just look at the Z value. So this one is going up. If we're going up, and the Z value is something. I'm just too dumb. For velocity, you flip the velocity along the direction of the normal of the boundary. For pressure, you set it to the same as the neighboring cell, so the gradient pressure. The gradient is 0. Density... you can set it so the boundaries always have 0 density, blah, 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 blah. Don't care about that. Right, you have a lookup table. Let's actually look at our divergence. We do our pressure iterations. Oh, it's at 12. Okay. So if we look at... oh, fuck off, VS. We look at wind divergence. Yeah, get out of here. Wind divergence. We smack that into the dude. Right, into... Fuck it, just do divergence into there. Easy. So this is our divergence, meaning where, you know, when we do advection, where it's going wrong. And I can also just get the inverse of that. So this is where convergence is. And then if we look at the wind pressure. Well, no, I think it's called wind velocity pressure. Right. I think flipping the velocity should be fine. Look at our pressure gradient, which is just the pressure, but it's a gradient. Hello? There it is. Because, yeah, this should be stopping it. It should be ballooning outwards because of pressure. Which means that we need divergence at the boundary. But they do it in their pressure iteration, right? Which, again, they were just doing... So we can just be like, if the velocity... So if this guy's trying to go out of bounds, right? We say, oh, greater than or equal to. So if the guy that you're trying to access is greater than or equal to this guy, if, then our pressure up here, so if not, then you're good. If it is, then this should be some, well, it can't just be this value, because that's just going to add, son of a bitch. Mate, you're just... Are you the up or the down? Is this going down or up? So fucking... Oh, this is going down. There you go. I mean, it slows down. No, it's still not good. Maybe that should be -1. Nope. All right, fuck it. Let's just go with flip the velocity if it is thingoed. So let's just get our wind velocity into there. This shit's hard. I can see why everyone else doesn't do this, because it's just stupid. Alright, let's get it fanning out. Actually, let me just check. I swear I have a backup of a previous version. Simulation backup. What was this one doing? Because I swear it had boundaries. Schwinger? No, peel. Let's just do peels, but upwards in this one. Upwards and downwards. No, like fully up, fully down. Yeah, kind of. It's better than nothing. So what was I doing in here that was different? I just take out curl. That's definitely doing some fanning. Let's get rid of diffusion. Again, it's fine. So in divergence, nothing. Cool. In pressure, nothing. Oh, well, oh no, that's not even hooked in. Okay, so nothing there. Where is this happening then? Is it just in here? No. What the fuck? Wind advection. Wind velocity is this thing. Like, how can it be? I'm so confused. I mean, it's not oh, actually, no, I think I remember what I was doing now. I was zeroing out the velocity somewhere. Right, and if I just zero out the velocity, then it creates pressure to compensate. Which is not there. It's not in divergence. Oh, could it just be that it's getting... It's probably just getting an invalid value when it accesses out of bounds. Which is just returning like a dumb number. Pressure gradient. Oh, no. Okay, this would have been it. Okay, I was literally just, like, zeroing out the velocity. At the top? No. Hold on. I mean, kind of. I mean, that's not perfect, but it's not terrible. Alright, well, let's just try flipping it. Flipping velocity, and then pressure will compensate. Or, like, divergence will compensate for that. So get rid of our backup. Get this guy in. You're doing your thing. Yeah. So then in... I could do it in here. I probably want to do it as the last step, maybe? Because if I do it at the... No, I should probably do it in here. Alright, so if we just say... For this guy... if you've accessed out of bounds... If you've gone out of bounds, this would also clamp it, so we're going to get our middle value. Anyway, so then... If this guy... If his Z is... I don't know. So if we've gone up, and our Z is... greater than 0... So this and this, and then this or the other one. I can do this with math, but I'm too dumb. So this will be less than 0. If it is 0, then we don't care, but it would very rarely be 0. So we say and. So if it's that and this, or that, then we flip the Z value, and that goes into there, and then that does that. Let's see. Something is not happy. Numeric pin. Right, less than... Wait, what have you... Feel less than 0. Right, and then that's less than 0 velocity. That is not doing it. Should these be the other way around? Is that the up one and this is the down one? Ah, there we go. Right, so if it's at the boundary, we flip the Z. Well, we're flipping the Z of the result. But I guess that also means that, yeah, everything that is behind it is pushing against it, so it should slow it down. I mean, this looks how you'd expect it to. Which, yeah, it's just like looping around, right? Also means we don't have to dick with zeroing anything out, which is nice. So yeah, I guess we can just go with this for now. Just YOLO it. And then everything else should just use a padded, or, you know, clamped boundary. Wow, this is terrible. I mean, it's terrible, but it works. Yeah, and you can see a huge pressure buildup here, which I can maybe see through if I do this. Yeah, so you can see it kind of splay outwards, and then it's going to create a vortex. So then this isn't really needed. This was kind of doing it more gradually. Like, as it gets higher and higher, it kind of zeroes it out and then allows it to fall back down. But I'm not sure if I really need it. Because it was supposed to almost, like, simulate it hitting the upper boundary of the atmosphere. Whereas this one does it more physically. Or like if I only did that one, so if I didn't do this boundary fix, but did apply this, then it would go up here. But it's a bit, it doesn't go out as far, and we're losing a bunch up here. So yeah, no, I think flipping it is the safest thing to do. So let's do that. And then you into there, and then we don't have to do all of this stuff. Yeah. Yeah, then it, yeah. No, this is way better. This is also a lot better because it's not, like, I could technically do this on any resolution, you know, 16 high, and that would still, yeah. Okay, well, it's exploding because reasons, but you know how it is. Let's do a 128 by 32. Yeah, this. 128 by 64? What's 128 by 128? That's 2 million, right? Yeah. Dang. Alright, I like this. I like this. We've solved everything. And by solved everything, I mean... not really, but... let's just see if I up the... size of them. I think that's still, yeah, it's just the opacity that's changing. Okay. Okay, this is good. This is good. This is good. Let's try out other debuggers. We've got the Peel Peel, which, yes, we are wrapping in the X dimension and the Y direction, Y dimension. We've got our Vortex Man. Technically, this should... oh, because it's going to collide against itself. This should start sucking it in here, right? So we're getting that flicker because it's too big. Maybe we'll go back down to an 86 by 86 by 86. Like some Ninja Effects like Trickery. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't know what AK uses. I think he's still... I downloaded the Fluid Ninja student version like a few days ago because I was hoping that he was doing something, you know, in Grid 3D, like Niagara Grid 3D. But like I couldn't find any Niagara files to do with like fluids and stuff. Or even like his 2D stuff. I don't know if he's moved it all to Grid 2D yet, or if the student version's just out of date. But, yeah, I couldn't find anything. But yeah, his stuff is like insane. Like crazy. Alright, bigger strength. Yeah, okay, that's gonna... I mean, that's pretty stable, right? Like, it's not... There's a lot going on, but it's technically not, like, breaking. It's not getting, like, glitchy exploding. Let's try our shear test. Yep, that looks correct. I think it might be custom. I don't know, I think he might... I mean, yeah, it could be a custom, like, compute sim thing. But I think a lot of his stuff is in materials, using the canvas draw. Or, like, you know, draw material to render target stuff. But yeah, I'm not actually sure, because he was the one that pointed me towards Niagara Grid in the first place. Because I was like, hey man, like I'm, you know, making this, like, the Prismatiscape system. Do you have any, like, pointers before I get too lost in the source? And at that point, I'd already done it all, or started to do it all in materials. And then he was like, oh yeah, you should check out Niagara Grid 2D. Because you can do, like, compute sims with dynamically sized arrays and stuff. And I was like, excuse me? So Niagara, you can essentially use Niagara as, like, material stuff, but using, like, arrays. Because in materials, you've got to, like, if you've got 100 different sections on a character, and you want to, you know, have a variable for all these 100 different possible segments of a character. You know, they might have a hat, they might not have a hat, they might be wearing gloves, they might just have one glove, they might just have 2 gloves, I don't know. So you end up with, like, 1 billion parameters, and you're not even using half of them, and you're processing all this shit anyway. And so I figured that, like, with Niagara, you can just, like, draw all of the character parameters to, like, a global atlas, and then do some, like, UV fuckery to do all that, like, when you merge the character. So I'll be making videos about that at some point. Alright, there's our little Kamehameha. But then with vorticity confinement... Sounds so technical, vorticity confinement. Right, diffusion is also fixed to clamp. If we don't diffuse, we get, like, big fuckiness. Although it's only the velocity that needs to diffuse. Alright, so we've done the thing. We did a thing. We now need to start actually using it to do weather stuff. So, to start, we need to simulate temperature gradient, wind, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Let's chuck this down to, like, 16 high. Maybe we'll go up to 32. Doesn't really matter. And we'll go 128. Whatever. We go big. Go large or go George. So, temperature gradient to velocity. Z velocity. I need this to be 100 units. 100 by 100 meters. That's quite angry. I wonder why that is. Is it because the... Oh, the initial params aren't... Yeah, that's it, that's it. Alright. Initial params. We set temperature to be... Well, some initial parameter. Starting ground temperature 15, starting stratosphere temperature 0. And then I've got this texture, which I might just change to a different texture, like a noise. T-noise, cool. So now, if we... Well, we need to advect the temperature. Actually, you know what, let's debug the temperature. Which I was... Oh god, this is a fucking nightmare mess. Temperature, temperature, temperature. This guy into this guy into this guy. Is this upside down? It is. Also, can that just like chill out? Just relax. Alright, no, that's... I'm confused. Let's just set the temperature at 0. Cool. And then down here, we are gonna get air. Air temperature. Also, is it called air temperature or atmosphere temperature? Set initial air temperature is 0. And then here, we're setting the air temperature to be air temperature plus some value. Here. Okay, so that's heating up. Sweet. I also want the air temperature to be the alpha. So if I turn on alpha, then we just get hot stuff. At first. Notice you dropped new 5-minute materials mid-stream. Yeah, I did the thumbnail on stream, which is just so much fun. Okay, so if we do... Okay, this is the thing. I don't think we need to drop the air temperature. We just need to move it around. And maybe diffuse it. And also just let it... You know what, I'll just dissipate it over time. So like delta time multiplied by some shitty value. What's that? 1 degree per second? I don't know. I need to figure out how I want to do a bunch of shit. So then we've got temperature gradient to velocity, z velocity per temperature difference. If I put that up to 10, we should get... Let's go to 100. Right, okay, hot air is rising. Wow. Doesn't look very hot. And then that should go up. And then cool down. Because our air's just constantly cooling down. Can I make this not look like trash? I want it to look like a lava lamp, you know? It's because of that. There we go. Oh, so this is like a day-night cycle, but it's really... it's really fast. It's a 10-second day-night cycle. We'll go like to 60. What about, like, a texture that isn't as... like... add 1, divide by 2... I mean, in reality, we'd be using the terrain height map and, like, the sun vector and blah, blah, blah. Maybe that should just be to 0. Or like... Right, that's hard. That's hard. Also, it tends to... Yeah, there's like some clipping or like distance going on. Alright, so this is hot air. I think it's heating up too fast. Yeah, this will definitely take a lot of tweaking. So here's hot air from the surface. This is like a boiling pot of water simulator right now. Right? So we have boiling, or, you know, hot air from the ground doing hot air things. And that's going to rise up and pretty much cool down at some point. Maybe do with more lift. I don't know. But we are getting some stuff. Maybe I could use the wind velocity. There you are. Wind velocity as the color and the temperature as the alpha. There you go. There's... Oh, wait. Is that due to something? That might be negative temperature advection. No, that should be fine because the unit is clamped. Where's this coming from? Or is that just from... Huh. I don't know. Where is that coming from? Why are we getting this huge negative... I mean, I guess it makes sense. Right? Or does it? Let's up the kind of gradation of our temperature dude. Maybe I'll use a cloud noise. Yeah, immediately we get... Okay, well that's just exploded for some reason. Why did it explode? Is that just because of the gradient? Or is that supposed to be negative? No, that's just pushing it down. Yeah. Should be like positive. Pressure iteration should be clamped. Yep. Max 0. Yeah. I mean, hey, at least we're getting something. Yeah? I mean, it's doing something, that's for sure. Look, a low pressure system, whoa! Alright, now... Wait, why is that... Oh, did I not put that back in? No, air temperature... Okay, so it's... 10 degrees. When I advec the temperature should just be using the advection of the wind. And we're not doing temperature loss, that's just a dissipation rate. New air temperature, blah, blah, blah. Well, hey, the sun went down, and now... YOLO. Yeah, weathercasters were teaching like this, we'd have a lot more kids possibly becoming meteorologists. I mean, I agree. 100%. Alright, there's some dank hotspots. Oh, my opacity's down at fucking 0. Yeah. I was like, why is it all fucky? If I just set an initial temperature. God, why is this happening? Is that because of the velocity inversion going on up there? I guess it gets really angry because, like, it's completely uniform down there. Yeah. Could turn diffusion up to 3 iterations. I don't think that's going to help it, though. Without vorticity vorticity confinement is up at, what, like... Where are you coming from? Oh, piss off. That's up a bit too high, arguably. That looks more stable. Yeah, so I wonder why that's happened. I'm pretty sure that's happening because... because of this thing we had set up. If I wasn't doing that and just doing it raw dog style. Well, then we'd just have, yeah, stuff disappearing into the void. We have a pressure imbalance, which isn't ideal. So maybe this is not a terrible idea. No, it's still... Sorry if anyone has epilepsy. Ow. Yeah, so if we don't do the Z flipping... Or maybe it's just that I'm just trash, you know? Maybe I've just fucked up the math? Because it's fine up here. So maybe... So this is our... negative? Maybe I just dicked up. Should it be less than or equal to 0? Is that it? Maybe. Less than or equal to 0. No, that means if it's at 0, though. I mean, it's... It's doing something. So yeah, that's where it's... No, this is... Wait, what? Eh? So that's just going into there straight into here now, without any other dicking. Maybe I was just tripping balls? Where's our debug fountain? .1. That should be... Okay, let's just go 1. It's doing stuff here. Which again, looks really unstable. Although I'm not really sure if that's because of the temperature or not. Yeah, no, it should just be less than 0. Or less than or equal to -1. Oh, you know what it could be? Oh, actually, hold on. How many velocity... Where was I doing? Temperature gradient to velocity. No, that should have been fine, yeah. But see this... Oh, wait, maybe that... Ah, right. So our temperature gradient is up and down. These need to be clamped. So +1, min... I can just get them off this. Is it resolution? Get grid cells. Number of cells should be this -1. Yeah, so that's telling it to, like, go up or down based on carrying over. Classic. So now we shouldn't see that jittering. No, that looks perfect. Dank. Alright, so now I can tell fountain to get the fuck out. Now we have an initial temperature gradient, which just means we're creating updraft, which should, I don't know, go everywhere else. Alright, so now as our temperature increases, Nice. Okay, yeah, that's way, 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 way better. Way less frickery. Yeah. Temperature is like stupid big. Oh, we need to advect the temperature so it moves around. And then in here, temperature divided by 10 can be our alpha. Cool. Okay, so ground's heating up. We are getting some rising motion. And then that rising motion will pull the hot air upwards, which does its thing. That looks interesting. Cool, we have some plumes of hot air rising. That should hit the upper soon. Yep. And now we have sideways movement from upward movement. That's weather, folks. That's how we do it, I guess. And all that air should be cooling down, I guess. I don't fucking know. Thunderclap applause. True. Cool. That is something. I also just want to do a... like a boundary condition. I guess that would have to lerp. Or I guess we just replace. Yeah. See, Charlie made of gas. Yeah, exactly. No idea how it works. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Me neither. Me freaking neither. Right, now we've got lava lamp. I mean, this is literally how lava lamps work. If I just made the heat constant from the bottom, maybe with a different texture. Water texture, water noise. Yeah, our world is a giant target. So now we're heating up this air. And then everything cools down at a constant rate. I actually need to look up, does air lose temperature due to radiation? Heat energy is transferred via electromagnetic waves. The air objects in the air emit infrared radiation absorbed by other objects escape into space, leading to a cooling effect. Because the atmosphere is heated from below, the temperature in the troposphere decreases with height. I wonder if I can get it to, is there a 3 lerp in here? 3 lerp? No. How do I... I want to do, like... From 0 to 10... Go between these two colors. Maybe a bit more sea greeny. Like that. I guess that needs to be like 50, like cyan. Ooh, that's funky. Maybe a bit less. Right, and then I want to get this and do a sine period 2 multiply by 2. No. Yeah, hold on. Subtract. Fuck off. Subtract 05. Multiply by 2. Saturate that. Multiply this by that. That goes into there. Alright, so now we should have hot. And we should have cold. Right? Where the fuck is the cold? I guess air temperature minus some offset value. -5. And then... I don't know. I want to be able to see the cold. -5? No. Ah, fuck, I don't know. I'm lost. Air temperature. Yeah, so 10 degrees should show up as thingo, right? And then 0 degrees should show up as that. Maybe I just need to do like a contrast or something. Yeah, temperature. That should definitely be A, alpha. At 0. Is it because the initial temperature gets set to something? Let's just set it to -5 to begin. No, okay, why are you not... So confused. Air temperature. Wait, assign does the thing... Oh... am I dumb? I could be dumb. This is just showing us the boundary between them. He's dumb. He is dumb. Okay, well... Fuck. Right, because that's... at... -5. What's our, like, middle temperature? 5 degrees, I guess. Okay, so that's all cooling down. This is heating up. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, it's cooling down too fast. Maybe I should have done it between... I mean, we can kind of see. It should be like air temperature divided by 10 and then minus some value. Or add some value. Alright, let's film a video in a sec. I need to film a video. I'm going to film a video about Niagara custom modules. Custom Logic Niagara. And then I'm going to cry. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll cry. Looks like fire. Anyway, I'm so fucking lost. I can't even remember what I'm doing. Now that's a stove. Wow, Unreal Engine 4. All right, because of that. Do you guys remember Unreal Engine 4? Good times, good times. Physics asset. Wow. You thought editor was so bad? I didn't mind it. I thought it was fine. It was fine. Get vector wind velocity. Yeah, no named reroutes. I mean, to be fair, I kind of hate them anyway. Named reroutes are trash. Trash. Execution index to unit. I've got a thing here anyway. this guy. Now we're churning. Oh, that's because of the temperature gradient to velocity. 0.1, please. Thank you. Please and thanks. Maybe just 1. Who knows? Alright, let's do blah, 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 blah. Then at the edges, at the very, very edges, maybe, yeah, no, that's fine. We're just gonna lerp using this as our dude. We're gonna lerp wind velocity. This is the 1 value. We're gonna go vector wind velocity. Velocity. Stackety backety, bam bam. And then let's just put in a random ass, you know, 1, 1, whatever. What the fuck have I done? Should that be this way? Oh, wait, no, the fucking... Okay, well, this needs the grid. But yeah, the video I want to film is... Oh, do you not get wind velocity? Oh, you can just grab it from there. Yep. Yeah, the... Get sample... get previous vector... Just vector value. Oh, I hate when they're so inconsistent. Execution to grid index. Wind velocity. We're going to get you, we're going to lerp you to red at the edges. Wow. So this should mean if we just put in a fountain or something. Where's all our shit? Oh, that's getting previous wind velocity. Can I not just get that from stat context? And if it isn't set, then suck it? There we go, okay. So if we have a boundary condition set for X, that doesn't... Oh yeah, because that's just going to suck it out, you know? I guess that's technically what we want. Probably don't want it on these guys. Yeah, so this is how it would this is how it would work if you... So this is like a continent simulation, and then you can have things coming from outside affecting it, essentially. Yeah, I should probably only be doing this here. So this guy multiplied by this, and then this guy multiplied by some other thing. And add them together. So yeah, we'd need to like have... I mean, the whole thing wraps anyway, right? So like it doesn't matter too much. But I guess if you just wanted to, you know, have some breeze coming from elsewhere. Oh wait, it needs to lerp the thing. I guess these to... Oh, fuck. Oh, it'd just be a lerp chain, right? So this guy... If X yes... No, if X no, so 0 there. And then this one would go here, you go into there, you go into there, you are that alpha there, this guy goes into there, and then you go into here. Yeah. So yeah, this should be pulling it, yeah, across that way. Yep. Dang. That all works nicely. Yeah, I could also just get rid of... yeah, so basically all I need to do with this now is... everything. I need to do temperature, convection... in a more stable and predictable way. I need to... I guess, first of all, I need to just get the terrain data into here. Get the elevation, get the normals. Just, like, blow a... kind of do, like, a wind tunnel simulation on the world. You know? Get it, you know, blowing around the mountains properly, going up the mountains, creating vortices and blah, blah, blah. Heaps of blah, blah. And then, once that's done, then we do temperature shit. So the sun comes up, land heats up, the hot land heats up the air, the air moves upwards, we create local wind, currents, and whatnot, like this. It is obviously moving very fast. Yeah, dope. Yeah. Nice. Then we need to move on to evaporation, condensation, precipitation. So basically when moist air goes up here, gets colder, holds less moisture, rains, rain creates downward vortex, rain hits the earth, earth gets wet, water runs off down mountains, flooding and shit, I guess. And then all those, you know, all of the moist ground evaporates again. If it's too cold and it precipitates, then it's like, it snows, snow hits the ground, snow cover. If it rains on snow, dissolve the snow. Probably. I'm guessing that's a thing that happens. Yeah, should be fun. Should be fun. And then we just do these ones, just you know. Look at that sweet, sweet quasar. Oh, at angle 3. No, that should be 0.3. What am I doing? No, that's outward. What's, where are they? 0.5 would be purely outward. 7 is... Oh, there we go. Now we're... Why does that look so dope? Strength to 10. Resolution to 128 by 128. Whoa. Strength 1,000. I mean, to be fair, it's not exploding. Oh, like it's exploding in the you know, in like the literal sense of the term. But like when a simulation explodes, it means like, do you know what I mean? Like it goes to infinity and then it destroys itself. But that actually like worked. Like a value of 10,000, it's not like shit, you know? Like it's still, if I just said do this and then shut off, it would go back to normal. Which is interesting. I just can't stop looking at it. It's just weird as fuck, you know? Like it just looks funky as hell. The Schwinger. Yeah, I'm glad we got the top things done. The top boundaries. Nice, nice, nice. Hell yeah. Moonboy, hi, when is the game release that you're working on for years now? Next year. Maybe the year after. Not this year though, however. Sorry to disappoint. Can't you see I'm busy doing this? Doing this instead? I'm mesmerized. I wonder how high that can go before it dies. 20 is not terrible. Although we are getting sparkling. Maybe 15 is good then. You're a wizard, Harry. You're a wizard, Harry. Harry. Yeah, cool. All right, do I want to film a video tonight? Or do I want to do it tomorrow? I wonder if vorticity confinement off would... Oh, no, but that has to... Can I not do that here? I guess I can just go... Get... Prev... Oh, no, but it should be getting it. Okay, wait. I can just set that to 0, and it's fine. Oh, my neck. Cool. So yeah, I keep going in circles. My brain is just not braining. So I want to do a video about Niagara custom modules. Like all this shit, where you can just like get a variable, do some shit to it, set it again. Then I want to do Grid 2D. A Grid 2D overview. You know, how to kind of use it. or the ways that it is used. Then I want to do a video about fluid simulation, like a 2D fluid sim kind of thing, and how that works. Which like builds upon the previous two, and then maybe do a Grid 3D. I mean, I guess Grid 3D is literally just Grid 2D, but with an extra dimension. So maybe that would just be the one video, like Fluid Sim, but it's like 3D instead of 2D. I'm just thinking how to modularize my videos. Because there's things in the modular character series that I want to thingamajigize. Like I'll need to reference Grid 2D, but not Fluid Sim. You know? So I need to make sure that I can just be like, yeah, refer to the Grid 2D video. Yeah, true, Grid 3D. You know, now that you've got your little thing in 2D, or Fluid Sim in 2D, let's do it in 3D. Yeah. Yes. So I don't actually know which way is up in these things. Aura Studios, hello. Oh, that looks... Oh, no, that might be fine. I think that's just a... Yeah. Downward doodad. One thing I never sort of done about Niagara is why we can have an unused parameter that when removed breaks the entire thing. I mean, yeah, look, it operates in mysterious ways. Maybe I'll cover that in the video. I'm good. I'm a bit tired. I might even save the video filming for tomorrow. Because I've been going for like 5 hours and it's, oh god, very late. Because I want to be on top of my game when I film videos. What I'm creating is a gas simulation, which at the moment just looks cool as fuck. You know, and can do gassy things. Like shoot two air vortexes into each other. And do... There we go, that should look a bit better. A bit smokier. So yeah, just getting like a base simulation down and then doing some weird stuff with it. Movie project or just a video? It's meant for my game and also a plugin that I'm kind of, you know... I kind of develop all my game systems as plugins so other people can toy around with them. But the idea for this one, which is a bit insane, is that this will essentially be like a weather system. So it'll probably look more like this. And probably less vortex and whatever. It's kind of... Okay, well, I turned off the temperature stuff, but it'll essentially be like a... you know, this grid represents your game world. So I'm thinking like massive open world scale. And... you know, the sun comes up, the sun hits the ground warms up the air convects, creates wind, you know, water and shit evaporates, goes up into the sky, the air cools down, it can hold less moisture, so it turns into condensation or precipitation, then it rains, the ground gets wet, evaporates again, you know, water cycle, that kind of shit. But it'll also sort of determine where biomes are. And then the reason that it's so fucky and that we're going to that depth of simulation is that we can then change it at runtime. And like it'll also be simulating, you know, realistic or believable wind locations and wind patterns. Ah, there we go. That's a... Is that just because it's out of... Now, let me run that for a bit. So yeah, usually when the sun comes up... I've probably explained this like 3 times on stream now, but water and the land absorb sun radiation at different rates. So the ocean takes ages to cool up. To heat up. But the land heats up way quicker, which creates like a difference in temperature of the air. And so the air goes up. You know, hot air floats. Like when you boil the kettle, all the air goes up. And so the hot air on the land goes up, and so the air from the ocean comes into, you know, because it's sucking it in, essentially. So you get like a sea breeze in the morning, and then a land breeze. Oh, there it is, there it is, there it is. Okay, why are you doing that? Son of a bitch. That's what an explosion looks like. But I don't know why that's happening. You know, it might be... Let me run that for a bit again. It might be vorticity. Let me just run this for a bit. Yeah. So that's the gist of it. It's a bit overboard, but I think it would be very valuable for procedurally generated game worlds. You know, where you like place mountains and shit and rivers and whatever. But this would just be able to like, you know, determine where it is cold, where it's hot, where all the wind, you know, where it's windy. It'll be windy on top of mountains. It'll be raining behind mountains, you know. We can take like a 10-day average of like the rainfall and the temperature to determine biomes and whatnot. So if it's been hot in a region for 10 days, or just be like a rolling average number, then we know that it's like a desert or a rainforest, depending on the precipitation. And then it could be, you know, a tundra or temperate or whatever. And this will also do the seasons as well. So I feel like this is a vorticity confinement issue. I'm guessing I've unplugged something somewhere. Or maybe it's... I mean, that's fine, right? Let's pump that up a bit. Let's see if that explodes. No explosion so far. Looks like a fidget spinner. Okay. So it's definitely vorticity. Where are you? This guy. So if that was at 15, then... yeah, somewhere at the edges, it's going a bit nuts. Just a tiny bit. Vorticity confinement. So it's not actually this part. It must be in the gradient. Mm-hmm. I think the gradient's fine. Is it actually in the curl value? Ah, the curl is not clamped. Ah, that shouldn't... you know what? Just for the sake of it, we will min you at 1 less than the height number. So we shouldn't get any up-down. Max you at 0. That's it. Alright, that was the last instability in the whole system. So that would have been because... ooh, wait, no, is it exploding? No, it's not. It's definitely not. Yeah, that would have been because... if we got wrapping at the edges... yeah, fuck, I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, that worked perfect. Alright, dank. 2 million cell sim now. I wonder what the, what's like the maximum... Wait, can I just pump this now? Will that still explode or like sparkle? Shit, I mean, it's not terrible. It's kind of fucked up, but... okay, yeah, so that's like our maximum before it just goes to shit. Really form a tornado too hard? Yeah, for sure. And again, a tornado could be emergent, or we could just like, you know, have like a tornado event kind of thing. But the other thing is that we will be able to, like, change the world at runtime, which I think is kind of dope. So, like, a volcano could erupt, and then the land would be getting less sunlight. And so we'd actually see how that affects the world. And obviously, if the world, you know, gets colder, then all the people in the world get colder. And that could lead to famines. It could lead to tensions between factions. It's like cool shit. Ice Age. It'd be like Frostpunk. If the vorticity is at 1... Okay, we get bigger eddies, right? If we had more pressure iterations, I mean, that's just going to start chugging me down. Yeah, it's a bit chuggy. Yeah. I just can't stop, like, looking at it. You know? I'm just like, I'm addicted. They need to put a warning on this shit, you know? I just cannot stop. Yep. Right. So I can... So this value, now that this is all fixed, this is probably worth using so that only faster moving parts get affected by vorticity. So that it can actually, like, denoise itself. Yeah, true. Yeah, Tanva, I'm just working on some 3D fluid sim shit. Nice volcano, yeah, exactly. Although I did want to look at... What was I doing before? Right, what's the highest resolution I can go to? So let's save everything. Let's just see if I can crash my GPU. So if we go to 256... Oh. So this would be... 256 times 128. Okay, that